yourself. Just that feeling of going into your drawer, pulling out a fresh pair of pajamas that's soft, silky, like cotton, whatever your feel is, and just slipping that on. Whether you're sleeping alone or you're with a partner. We're not doing this for a person, we're doing this for us. Just slipping into something cute and cozy that's, matching and laying in bed. You feel feminine, you feel soft. That's a luxury that every woman should experience. And again, you don't have to break the bank for this. You can get a nice pajama set, literally at any price. It's just time to start being mindful and understanding that you are the gift. You are the prize. You are to be prioritized, and you are to be taking care of yourself. The moment you start adding these little things to your life, you start demanding more. Your standards instantly just rises up, and you instantly become more attractive. Incorporate silk or satin pillowcases. When I started doing this, I fell in love. Not only does it just make your space look like a spa, but it protects your skin, it protects your hair. I don't know if you know about that, but that's in the premium polish glow of God. But you feel like you're laying in luxury because you deserve the best things. It feels great on your skin, it feels good on your hair. Why not? Again, you don't have to break the bank, but these are small luxury things that you can start adding to your life. You can start thinking about whether it's going to be satin, silk, whatever it is, as long as you're thinking, okay, I need to start adding quality to my life. I need to start adding these little luxury that's not going to cause an arm and a leg, but because I deserve it, it's necessary. A minimalist jewelry routine, like gold hoops, gold studs, dainty necklace, bracelet, nothing loud, just feminine pieces that finish your looks. I can't express how sexy, how feminine it looks when a woman has on an elegant, nice outfit and she has a few rings, like one or two, nice gold studs, and like a simple necklace. I mean, everything just comes together and it just looks intentional. It looks like, I didn't have to scream too loud. I don't have to say, look at me, look at me. And like, I think once you find your style, you play with.
Being dumb is not hot. Being dumb is not sexy. Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Leolations. Today is going to be a real, raw, and uncut Leolations episode. Not like my last one. My last one included promo. This is just you and me getting down to the nitty gritty, chatting it up. And today we are going to be talking about how to get hotter and how to get smarter. Now, if you are following me on TikTok, then you know I've been speaking about this a lot lately because it has been at the forefront of my mind. I feel like as I grow and as I develop and as I mature, especially on my feminine journey, I'm realizing that the most important things as a young woman are getting hotter and getting smarter. Like, that is literally the cheat code to life. You cannot lose if you're hot and if you're smart. You just can't. We switched up the location, we're filming in the car, and let's just go ahead and jump right into today's topic. What inspired me to do this topic, because you guys know I have to feel inspired before I can just push out content to you guys, because I hate just talking out the side of my neck and just generating things just for the sake of generating them. Like, I like for the idea to come to me. I like to get a download. I like to feel like this is what I need to be talking to you guys about at this time. And I feel like this is the perfect time for me to talk about it because I have just been in this space in my own life where getting hotter and getting smarter have been my space in my own life where getting hotter and getting smarter have been my space in my own life where getting hotter and getting smarter have been my space in my whole life where getting hotter.
Hello, my loves, and welcome back. Today's video is going to help out all of my ADHD girlies, all of my procrastination baddies, and
space in my own life where getting hotter and getting smarter have been my own priority. So I feel like what better time to talk about it than now? When your priorities are getting hotter and getting smarter, I kind of look at that as like a philosophy of life. Like if it doesn't contribute to me getting hotter, or if it doesn't contribute to me getting smarter, then I really don't want it around. Like if it's stressing me out, if it's draining my energy, if it's making me worry and overthink and be anxious and things like that, it has no place in my life. That goes for relationships, environments, jobs, familial relationships, romantic friendship, like anything that is not contributing to me getting hotter, and part of that is like contributing to my happiness, contributing to my joy, contributing to the ease in my life, then it has no place in my life. And that's the same way that you need to think, because as a young woman, you need to guard your essence and that internal light that you have with your life, because there are so many people and so many situations in life that will take that away from you. And the only way that it can take away your internal light and take away that glow in your eyes is by you giving access to it. So if you're giving access to people who don't deserve you, if you're giving access to people who are using you, who mistreat you, who don't value you, who don't prioritize you, then you're opening the door for them to drain your energy, and that does not contribute to you getting hotter at all. That is a big no-no, okay? Now, when it comes to getting smarter, you have to not be afraid to fuck around and find out, okay? A lot of people ask me, how did you get so confident? How did you become successful in your business? How did you get to the level that you're at in life? Whatever. And obviously I'm just getting started. Like, I don't see where I'm at as anything that needs to be put on a pedestal. And I don't even mean that in a self-demeaning or self-derogatory way. I just know that I see way bigger for myself. But anyways, my advice to people when they want to get more confident or they want to gain knowledge or they want to be successful in whatever they're pursuing is that you have to fuck around and find out. You have to take a chance on yourself. Stop selling yourself short. Just thinking about it is not going to get you to where you want to be in the long run. You have to actually do the things. The way I've gotten to where I am in life is by trying shit and continuing to do what works and just disregarding what doesn't work. Okay, you have to try things. Look at life as a playground. It's not so fact of the matter. It's not so straight line. You have to graduate and then go to school and then get a job and then work that job for 50 years and then retire and then you have to get married at a certain age and then you have to have this amount of kids and you have to do this and this and that. That is not how life works. That is the dream that they sell you, and it doesn't even sound like much of a dream to me personally, but that is not how life works. Life is like a playground. You have to play with it. You have to have fun. You have to fuck around and find out. I feel like it's so easy for me to have this mindset because I am just naturally a person that likes to experiment, and I just naturally have the urge to fuck around and find out. So it's a little different for me, but if you don't have that within you naturally, then you need to cultivate that because that is what's going to help you get to where you want to go in life. That's going to set you apart from the average person that is still talking about the same thing that they wanted to do 3 years ago and haven't even done shit. Like, you know what I mean? You don't want to be the girl that wants to start a business and you've been wanting to start the business since 2020 and you've been stuck on the logo since 2020. Bitch, the logo, don't piss me the fuck off. Like, excuse my French, because I said I was gonna stop cussing in these, at least as much, but don't piss me off. You're worried about something that doesn't matter. You're just giving yourself excuses. Why? Because you want to be lazy and because you're afraid of failure. Stop being so fucking afraid. What are you so afraid of? Like, are you afraid of other people's opinions? Are you afraid of, what is it? That's what it's gotta be, because if you fall, all you do is get up and try again. Like, that's literally what it is. You gotta stop being so hard on yourself and stop, like, limiting yourself so much. No limit exists except the limit that you create in your mind. Trust me. If you're gonna limit yourself, then you're gonna stay stuck in that position forever. You have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. You have to be comfortable with fucking around and finding out. You have to be comfortable stepping out of your comfort zone and doing things that are out of the norm for you, doing things out of the box, because you have to try different things. You have to play with life. You have to play around, and you have to enjoy yourself while doing so. This is how you attract more abundance and more love and more luxury and more wealth and more joy into your life. By flirting with life, by having fun with life, by playing with life. Be a co-creator with life. Don't be the person that's just waiting for someone to give you orders. Don't be the person that's waiting for someone to tell you how to live. This isn't their life to live. This is your life to live. But anyways, I feel like I just went off on a tangent. And let's go into some more practical ways that you can get hotter and get smart, okay? So I made a little list, so let me pull out my phone. We're gonna start off with how you get hotter. Number one thing when it comes to getting hotter, you need to practice self-preservation. Treat your energy and attention like it is currency, because we live in the age of information. So many companies are fighting for your attention every single day. They're fighting to get your energy. They're fighting to get your emotions stirred up so that you can buy into their product, buy into their idea, buy into their dream. They're gunning for your attention. What makes you think your attention is not valuable? If anything, that is the most valuable thing right now, and it will be the most valuable thing as we move into the future. So you need to learn how to budget and treat your energy and your attention as if it's currency. Don't be spending your energy on things that will not set you up to be in a better position tomorrow. a year from now, a month from now. Energy is so valuable. Don't pay attention to things that don't fucking matter. Me personally, my rule of thumb, my general rule of thumb, and of course there are some exceptions, but I don't really pay attention to things that don't have to do with me. This just creates so much peace in my life. Like, I really don't care. If it has nothing to do with me, I don't care. Like, I'm just not invested. The more you're invested in shit that does not matter for you on a personal level, the more you're wasting your energy and the more you're wasting your attention. Invest it in yourself. You find yourself spending your energy or giving your attention to things that don't contribute to your own growth, then you need to check yourself and redirect yourself, okay? Because you're not going to get any further in life. You're not going to become the ideal version of yourself. You're not going to become your own dream girl if you over here putting all of your attention into so-and-so and who baby mama did this and who slept with who husband and who did this and who did that and yada 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 yada. This is not to say that you can't acknowledge and kiki what's going on around you, what's going on in the world, what's going on in pop culture. Be aware of everything, but to be invested is a whole nother ballgame. Like, being invested is crazy. Side note, when I say self-preservation, I really mean self-preservation. Don't put yourself in situations or environments that are going to harm you mentally, physically, or emotionally, or spiritually in any way. Don't put yourself in situations and environments that you know are going to drain you or take away from you. If you know that you don't want to go out, but people are begging you to go out, don't go out. Like, I don't understand. Like, y'all need to learn how to say no. The greatest word you got in your arsenal is no. You have the power to say no. Oh my God, I'm having deja vu. Side note. But you have the power to say no. So use that power. Use that power to set boundaries and to preserve yourself. Self-preservation is key. Everybody wants a piece of your light. You're a woman. Everybody wants a piece of your energy. Everybody wants a piece of your attention, especially if you're a conventionally attractive woman, if you have pretty privilege, if you are a type of person that is very charismatic, that is the life of the party, that people seek to and look towards for inspiration or for entertainment or whatever it is, you have to preserve yourself. Self-preservation is a must. Now, the next thing that I would say when it comes to getting hotter is to prioritize the mundane. These are your little human being tasks. Going to sleep at a good time, preferably before 12 a.m. Regular exercise. Eating a healthy diet. This doesn't mean that you have to have a super strict diet where you never indulge into something that you're craving, but eating a healthy diet to where you know you're not just eating McDonald's every fucking day. Who does that? Like, there's no reason you need to be on your third McFlurry of the week. Put it down. Another thing, keeping a clean environment, having good physical hygiene, like having good personal hygiene, so important. Cleanliness is next to godliness. I literally live by that statement. Make sure your space is clean. Keep your bathroom clean, especially. Don't have a junky ass closet. Don't have stuff all up under your bed. Unfortunately, I know that some girls' mothers did not teach them specifically how to have good personal hygiene. And if you guys want me to do a Leah Relations episode on personal hygiene, I can definitely do that for you. But guys, like, make sure you're brushing your teeth. Make sure that you're bathing. Like, come on. I feel like I don't have to say this, but yeah, do all of the things. One thing that I will remind you to do, because I feel like a lot of people don't take their health seriously, you need to be making sure that you're going to the dentist yearly. Either once a year or twice a year, every 6 months, making sure that you're getting your cleanings, that you don't have any cavities, that you don't need any work done. You need to make sure that you're going to the gynecologist and getting a well-woman exam every year, at least once a year. If you are sexually active, you need to go like twice a year or damn near every quarter, okay? Because I don't care how much you love your man, you don't know what is happening when you are not around him, and you need to make sure that you're good regardless. You need to prioritize your health overall, but make sure you're prioritizing your sexual health. I don't get what the taboo is around making sure that you go to the gynecologist and making sure that you get tested and things like that, but make sure that you're doing that because you would rather be safe than sorry. Like, if you out here fucking, then you need to be out here going to the doctor. This is just common sense to me, but I know it's not common sense to some of y'all, so I'm just telling you, you need to make sure that you're doing that. Don't wait for anybody to tell you. You need to be proactive. Part of being smart is being proactive. Next thing, and probably my favorite thing that I've been practicing when it comes to getting hotter, is self-adornment. And I've told you guys this in previous Leah Relations episodes. Which one specifically, I don't know. But prioritizing self-adornment. Self-adornment is basically decorating yourself, whether that's doing your hair, putting on a little makeup, putting on jewelry, putting on an outfit that you feel confident in. It's doing yourself up, basically. The rule that I've been living by is I always just do a little bit more than I feel like doing, because you have to override your emotions, okay? You have to do a little bit more than you feel like doing. So if you're having a lazy day, or if you're just sitting in the house all day and you just want a bed rock or something like that, just make sure you get up, wash your face, brush your teeth, do what you gotta do, and just fix your hair a little bit and throw on a different outfit, a little loungewear, put you on a little brow gel and a little lip gloss, and that's more than what it would have been if you just stayed in bed in your pajamas all day. Now you're at least good if you have to run out the house and go grab food or something. You know what I mean? Do a little bit more every day. If you only feel like you could do 25% that day, do 40%. Hell, do 35%. Just up the ante a little bit more. You always have to up the bar a little bit more for yourself. As women, we are here to be yin beings, okay? We are here to seduce. We are here to draw in attention. So embrace your ability to draw in attention. Beautify yourself. Play with the makeup. Try different hairstyles. Put on an outfit that complements your figure. Make sure your nails are done. These should be things that you enjoy, things that you take pride in, things that you put effort into. This is fun. This is another aspect of play, of playing with life, of treating life like it was a playground. Do a little bit more than you feel like doing every single day. Pull in that energy. The more energy you pull in from your external environment, and this is me going a little metaphysical, so follow me, walk with me. But the more energy that you pull in from your external environment, the more energy you have to transmute into fuel to feed your desires, to feed your goals, to feed your motivation, to feed your drive. Pull in as much energy as possible. How do you do that? You do that by being attractive. You do that by self-adornment. You do that by your mindset as well. You do that by having good personal hygiene, by keeping a clean space, by being a cleanly person, externally and internally, balancing your mind, balancing your mindset, having a good mindset, having positive thoughts, even when you have negative thoughts, because everybody does, redirecting them into something positive. It's all about how you look at situations. The next thing that I want to talk about when it comes to getting hotter is sexual discipline and treating your body like a temple. Reserve your sexual energy, which is also creative energy. Creative and sexual energy are the same exact things. How do you think you create a baby? Literally by having sex. Reserve your creative energy, reserve your sexual energy for your creative endeavors. Channel that energy into your passions, channel that energy into your goals in a way that is investing in yourself and that is beneficial to you, and not in a way that's just expelling it out to other people for them to use for their own selfish needs or desires. The last thing that I will say for getting hotter is cycle syncing. In all of my one-on-one calls, I feel like I get a lot of calls about girls like losing motivation and them not understanding why they lose motivation specifically at a certain time during the month, and just like different experiences that girls have, because we are cyclical beings. We have a cyclical nature. You know, we don't just operate off of the circadian rhythm like men do. We have our lunar cycles, which is our menstrual cycle. And a lot of girls don't know because they don't teach this to you in sex ed in middle school or in high school. But your menstrual cycle has like 4 different phases. It's like different seasons. So you have your follicular phase, ovulation phase, which comes after that, and then after that you have your luteal phase, which is also known as the PMS phase, and then you have your menstruation phase, which is when you actually have your period. Throughout all of these phases, you are going to feel completely different. You are going to look different. You are going to crave different things. You're going to have different energy levels. You need to learn how to cycle sync. It's mind over matter, okay? At the end of the day, your body is matter. You need to be mind over matter. How do you do that? By getting to know your body, by understanding what you need during different times in your cycle. If you know you have a terrible PMS phase, a terrible luteal phase, then you need to do some research and figure out what herbs can help you, what supplements can help you, what can mitigate the bad symptoms that you have during your PMS phase, whether that's mood swings, whether that's cramps, irritability, whether that's you breaking out, different things like that. You need to figure out what that is. A certain time frame in your luteal phase, like you just don't even recognize yourself. You feel like you look so ugly. You have the darkest thoughts. You feel like everything, your whole life is ending, the world is ending, like everything is going to shit. You have no motivation, like you literally just want to crawl under a rock. And it's because those hormones are changing, okay? So you have to be aware of these things. Once you know better, you can actually do better. So do some research into cycle syncing and do some research into some different supplements and different ways that you can help yourself. It's very different and specific for everybody individually. So that's why I say get to know your body, do your own research, and try different things out. I actually might make a cycle syncing guide, just like I have my Gamify Your Life guide. So if you guys think you would be interested in that, comment down below. So many girls and so many women aren't educated on their cycles, and they don't understand why 2 weeks out of the month they feel like the ugliest troll that has no potential in life whatsoever. Like, but comment down below if that's something that you guys want from me, and I can get that out for y'all. First things first, for getting smarter, it is super, super, super important that as a young woman, you prioritize getting an education, you prioritize becoming more business savvy, you prioritize getting that certification or that license in whatever field that you're interested in. This doesn't mean that if you get that degree or you get that certification or that license that you have to stick to doing that one thing. You are a human being, you are multifaceted, you are complex. You are going to have more than one interest in life. That is completely normal. Just because you're doing something today doesn't mean that you have to be doing the same thing 3 years from now or 5 years from now or 10 years from now. You pivot, you try different things. That is a part of playing with life. That is a part of life being the playground. But you definitely need to make sure that you are prioritizing your education over these romantic relationships, okay? You need to make sure that you're prioritizing doing the work, boss up. There is no reason that you should be a bum in 2024, especially if you're watching me. There's no reason you should be a bum. Even if your education is YouTube University, you need to be doing something. Something. Being dumb is not hot. Being dumb is not sexy. Being dumb is not attractive. Have something going for yourself. Prioritize your education, prioritize your craft, whatever your craft is. Prioritize getting that certificate, that license, that degree, whatever it is. You need to prioritize that. Next, you need to have a way to make money for yourself. And this ties into what I just previously said, because that can fuel you generating income for yourself. But you need to have a way to make money for yourself, and really you need to have multiple streams of income. And you need to invest in yourself and invest in assets. I consider investing in yourself an asset 1000%, especially because we live in the age of social media where we have content creators and influencers and things like that. I feel like a content creator and an influencer are two different things, but anybody can be a content creator, I feel. So investing in yourself, investing in equipment, whether that's cameras, whether that's lighting, whether that's, I don't know, whatever it is, a computer. We live in a digital age. Like, you should be making money online. Learn how to do digital sales. Learn how to do drop shipping, learn how to do, I think it's called Amazon FBA, learn how to do copywriting, learn how to code. There's so many things that you can learn how to do. There are so many skills that you can hone in on. You actually just have to do the work. Try to figure out, look up some different things that you could do, some different skills that you can cultivate, and see what piques your interest and try that out. Women weren't allowed to have bank accounts in the 1960s. Do you understand that? I don't think you do. Women were not allowed to have bank accounts until the 1960s. Do you know how much power is in your hands right now as a young woman? Do you know how much autonomy that you have right now in this day and age as a young woman? You have the power to set yourself up for so much success. But y'all are out here doing the damn fool, depending on your whole lifestyle to be sponsored by another human being. Anything that your partner brings needs to be an addition. You need to be the cake, and they need to be the icing and the sprinkles. You need to be able to have fuck you money. I don't know if you've never heard that term before, but fuck you money is basically money that you have so that if you're ever in a situation or an environment or a relationship that is no longer serving you, that has become toxic, has become abusive in any way, that you can leave. Because you're not depending on that next check to come for you to stay afloat. You're not depending on your man just so that you got a place to lay your head at night or so that you can keep up an image or maintain a lifestyle. You're not dependent on that. Why? Because you have fuck you money. Why do you have fuck you money? Because you have multiple streams of income. How did you get multiple streams of income? Because you prioritize your education and investing in yourself. Step your cookies up, okay? It's not the 1950s anymore, babe. You don't have to be a housewife. If you want to be a housewife, more power to you. I want to raise my kids and just focus on raising my kids for a certain point in time when I have children. But that is not your only job description and option available to you anymore. Take advantage of being able to make your own coin and being able to educate yourself. You don't want to be a broke bitch because you're out here dependent on a man to fund your lifestyle. No. Sorry, no thank you. The next practical way that you're going to get smarter is by developing strong discernment. Smart women are not easily impressed. Smart women know how to act because they've been there before. Okay? Smart women are not easily swayed by flattery. Smart women see through bullshit. Develop strong discernment. How are you able to develop strong discernment? By learning from others, learning through observing others and observing their mistakes and choosing to do differently, or through your own experience. It could be either way. But regardless of how you learn, you need to develop strong discernment, okay? One of the worst things that you could be as a young woman is easily impressed. You don't want to be one of the girls out here going for anything. You don't want to be the girl that's like, oh my God, he's in love with me because he texted you good morning. You don't want to be one of the girls that's like, oh my God, this might be my husband because he told you he wants you to have his kids. First of all, that may be a threat. Second of all, depending on how you look at it. Second of all, like, that don't mean nothing. You shouldn't be flattered by 95% of what comes out of their mouth. 95% of what's coming out of their mouth is coming out of their mouth for you to become emotionally attached to them or for you to open them legs. You get what I'm saying? So learn how to have strong discernment. Learn how to cultivate your intuition. Have a bullshit radar and a no bullshit policy. Know when someone's intentions are ill. Know when they're trying to fuck you over. Don't be green. You don't want to be green. You don't want to be a dummy. Maybe you were a dummy 2 weeks ago before you found me, but today, you're not a dummy. They're gonna say whatever to keep your attention, to keep you emotionally invested, and to keep you emotionally attached. Be aware of this, okay? Remember what I said, when you know better, you do better. Be aware of this. And when I say do better, I don't mean that you don't engage at all, that you don't involve yourself in romantic relationships at all. You just do it in a way that's smarter and more beneficial and serving to you. Next thing, when it comes to getting smarter, and this ties into getting hotter, you need to learn how to be your number one priority over anything and everyone else. You need to learn how to not let yourself go and how to still prioritize your self-adornment, how to still prioritize keeping your house clean, good feminine and personal hygiene, your health, your wellness, your mental wellness, your physical well-being, all of these things. You still need to prioritize the mundane tasks of life. Don't let yourself go. Whether you have kids, whether you have 5 businesses, whether you have a needy ass husband, I don't know what you got going on, don't let yourself go. You need to be your number one priority always, okay? Always be your number one priority. That is something that a smart woman does. Don't feel like it's selfish, it's necessary. We're programmed from an early age as women to give and 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 give. No. You need to learn how to reserve your energy. You need to learn how to preserve your energy and spend it on things that actually matter. It's like a known thing in business, when you have a business, to pay yourself first. When it comes to energy, you need to be paying yourself first as well. Before you give out your energy to all these other people and all these other obligations and all these other responsibilities and all these things, you need to pay yourself first. Be your number one priority. There is no reason on God's green earth that you should be prioritizing your boyfriend and his needs over you and your needs. Like, obviously, there is room for compromise. And yes, the goal is to be in an interdependent, not codependent, an interdependent relationship where you both are watering each other. But at the end of the day, you cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot pour from an empty cup. You need to fill yours first. Learn how to transmute energy. Transmuting energy is basically taking the negative and making it positive. Metaphysically, it's turning water to wine. It's turning lead to gold. It's turning a negative thought into a positive thought. You need to learn how to shift your perspective in anything in life. It is imperative that you learn how to transmute energy. You need to learn how to understand your emotions, and you need to understand how to transmute your emotions into transmute energy. This is a good example of transmuting energy. If you are in a negative relationship, if you are in a negative romantic relationship, you know how you feel. You feel really down, you feel really depressed, you feel really irritable, you feel angry maybe, you just feel all of these negative emotions. Instead of just sitting and wallowing in those negative emotions and just staying stuck in that negative space, in that negative relationship, then you take all of those negative emotions and you use that as fuel to set yourself up to be able to walk away from that relationship. Whether it's building the confidence internally, building the courage internally to really walk away, whether it's building your bank account to be able to walk away, whether it is putting things in position outside of the relationship to be able to walk away, whatever it is, you take that negative energy and you transform it, you use it as fuel to go towards something more positive, which is an environment where you feel more free, where you feel joyful, where you feel happy, where you feel fulfilled. I'm going to do a whole episode on how to transmute energy and emotions and emotional regulation and emotional control and things like that. So we'll discuss that further in that episode. Okay, you guys, we are getting to our last tip for how to get smarter, and that is that a smart woman understands the importance in staying selective in everything that she does, okay? I repeat that. A smart woman understands the importance in staying selective in everything she does, knowing that the quality of her relationships, her thoughts, her possessions, and her energy impacts the outcomes she experiences and cultivates. I mean, that's a word right there. Basically, you need to stay selective. when it comes to the relationships you allow, when it comes to the people you give access to you, the people you give access to your energy. Stay selective when it comes to what you're feeding your attention to. Stay selective when it comes to what you're investing your energy into. Stay selective in every area of life. This goes into the first thing we talked about. Look at how we just came full circle. This goes into the first thing we talked about, which is spending your energy wisely. That brings us to the end of today's episode of Leolations. I cannot wait to speak with you guys in my next episode. I hope you have a lovely day. Bye.
This could be a cute little video. So, I already did my makeup. I have to do my hair. Clearly, it looks insane, but I'm picking out an outfit right now. So I'm gonna wear this long sleeves, and I'm debating on which jeans I want to wear. These are more baggy. These are more tight. So I'm gonna try them on. So we have these, which are a little bit tighter, comes with this little belt, and they are like boot cut. Probably wear them with some little heels, and this is free.
I say to myself all the time, the makeup needs me. I don't need the makeup. If the makeup didn't have you to buy it and to use it, then the industry wouldn't be alive. You don't need it. It's just an enhancement. It doesn't make you. Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Leolations. So today we are going to be talking all about inner beauty, and I am going to be teaching you how to be pretty without makeup. So without further ado, let's get into today's video. So right now I have on some makeup. As you can see, it's not too heavy. I have on some blush, I have on some bronzer, some concealer, did some spot concealing, lipstick, lip gloss, brows are done, all of the things. We're gonna start off the video with makeup on, and then we're gonna take my makeup off together, and in the midst of that, we're going to be talking about all of the things that you need to understand in order to be pretty without makeup. We're going to be talking about skincare, self-care, self-confidence, and more. So just follow along. You guys always ask me about confidence and self-confidence and things like that. And I know that whenever I look in the mirror at myself, makeup, no makeup, and especially with no makeup, I feel great. I feel amazing. And I just want everybody to be able to feel that comfortable in their own skin. And in order to feel that comfortable in your own skin, you have to have self-confidence, okay? You have to have self-confidence in your look. You have to have confidence in your beauty. And it's gonna be easier for you to do this if you're not looking for validation externally and you're getting it from within. You're getting intrinsic validation. You're validating yourself. For me personally, when it comes to self-confidence, in regards to my beauty, yes, I am conventionally attractive, but even if I wasn't, I would still think I was beautiful. I don't care if I have something in my teeth. I don't care if I have something on my face. I don't care if I have to go outside in a trash bag. I still know I'm clearing bitches at the end of the day. And that's how you have to think about yourself. That's what you have to believe about yourself. You have to know that you are that without all of the extra outside of you. Understand that it's in you. It's not on you. Self-confidence is an internal thing. Nobody can give you self-confidence. This is something that you have to build and something that you have to cultivate for yourself, within yourself. And even if you get comments from people outside of you saying that you're ugly or that you don't look good or like you need makeup, you need to go put something on, you need to go do this, shoo it away. You don't have to identify and subscribe with anything that anybody else is telling you, because at the end of the day, they're outside of you. You can reject whatever you don't want to believe about yourself. So if they're telling you something that doesn't align with how you feel about yourself, reject it. You don't have to adopt that into your self-concept. You don't have to adopt that into your way of being. I really want to emphasize the importance of self-confidence, because whether you have makeup on or not, if you aren't confident within yourself, you're still going to be self-conscious. You're still going to feel like you're not good enough. You're still going to feel like you're not pretty enough. You have to feel it inside. It's an internal thing. Whether you look like a troll right now because you PMSing, whether you got zits, you having a breakout, whatever, I don't care what's going on, I still feel like the baddest bitch alive. And that's just how I feel.
you need to feel the same way. Nobody should be able to tell you who you are, what you look like, what you deserve, none of that. You decide all of that for yourself. This is your life. Everybody else is just a supporting character. That's the most important thing. I tell you guys so many things about confidence, self-confidence, rebuilding your self-confidence, how confidence is the key to everything. I preach to you guys about this all the time, but that is the basis. That's the foundation of how to be pretty without makeup. You have to feel confident in yourself, and you have to know that you are that. It's in you, it's not on you. I say to myself all the time, the makeup needs me. I don't need the makeup. If the makeup didn't have me, then the industry wouldn't be alive. If the makeup didn't have you to buy it and to use it, then the industry wouldn't be alive. You don't need it. It's just an enhancement. It doesn't make you. Anything outside of you should never make or break you. It's all internal. Next, I want to get into skincare, okay? And I'm going to do 2 parts of this because I'm going to walk you guys through my skincare routine, but I'm also going to show you some tools that I like to use in combination with my skincare routine that keep me looking fine as fuck without makeup. If you're not wearing makeup, you don't have anything to cover up imperfections. And I say imperfections with a quotation mark because it's really not an imperfection unless you decide it's an imperfection. But you know, hyperpigmentation, dark marks, dark circles, whatever it is that you feel is something that you want to change or cover up, makeup is what does that. So if you're not wearing the makeup, then you need to make sure that you are taking care of your skin, because as long as you have a beautiful canvas, you are going to look good without it. I do my skincare routine every morning. I do my skincare routine every night, and I am consistent with it. If there's nothing else that I'm consistent with, I'm consistent with that skincare routine, okay? I do not play. I've always been a skincare girly. I've always loved trying new products, and as of lately, I've been using this new system that I love. Like, it's been having my skin look good. I'm actually about to take my makeup off, and we're gonna end off the video with me not having makeup on because, I mean, I don't need the shit. You also don't need the shit. So let's go take this off. So I'm sitting at my vanity so you guys can see clearly how these products work, but I'm gonna be going back and forth to go rinse my face and things like that. I also want to mention really quickly that today's video is brought to you by Yapoda. Using their products, like I said, has made my skincare so much easier. What I love about it is that they've crafted the perfect routine to get the glass skin look without me having to do all of the extra guesswork and trying out tens of hundreds of products to see what works for me. Like, it was already put together and the system is lined out for me. First thing we gotta do is get the makeup off. My favorite way to get my makeup off is by double cleansing and using an oil-based balm to get everything off. I've tried makeup wipes, I've tried micellar water. I just prefer to use an oil-based cleanser or a cleansing balm because I feel like it really melts the makeup off versus just wiping it off of the surface, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna go in by using this first. And I don't have hella makeup on, so it's not gonna take a lot. I just melt it in my fingertips, and it's just gonna start melting the makeup off. Like, you can literally see, look at the concealer coming off, the powder coming off, everything is just melting off. And all you do is massage it in. So now I look a mess. Let me go rinse this off and come back. Now I'm gonna go in with the cleanser. This is the cleanser that I use, so we're gonna go in with this. I love this, like, for real, not for fake. This is one of the things that I use as one of my skincare tools. It's like a sponge. It starts off flat, but when you run it underwater, it puffs up. So I just have this to get my face a little wet before I cleanse. It's a water-based cleanser. It's foam. It's really fun to use because it is foam. I just feel like it makes, like, the whole cleansing the face process, I don't know, more interactive. I feel like it really does a good job of cleansing my skin without leaving it feeling stripped and super dry. Ever since I started using this in combination with the cleansing balm, I've noticed that I've definitely had less breakouts and less congestion in my skin because my skin gets congested easily. So by doing the double cleansing method, it's helped me reduce the amount of breakouts I get specifically from congested skin. If I'm in the shower, I'll usually, like, let my face wash sit on my face as
Unhealthy oils. Freeze. Heart healthy oils. Don't. Test your cooking oil and choose wisely.
I'm going to be teaching you what your mother should have taught you. Hello, and welcome to or welcome back to another episode of Leolations. So today we are doing a highly requested Leolations video. We will be talking about feminine hygiene. We're going to be talking about the taboo subjects that some of y'all don't like to talk about, but I don't mind talking about. So let's just get into it. It's very important as a young woman that you know how to take care of yourself, that you know how to take care of your hygiene, that you know how to keep up with yourself. Like maintenance days are amazing, they're beautiful, but that's all external beauty things. Yes, we're going to discuss that, but I mainly want to discuss the internal things, taking care of your health, being hygienic, knowing how to clean your body properly, knowing what to do when you get in certain situations. It's very important as a young woman that you understand how to take care of yourself. You have a womb. You are a feminine being. This requires extra care. This requires attention, okay? And it's very essential that you understand how to take care of yourself as a young woman just for your overall confidence. I don't understand really why there are so many misconceptions or taboos around feminine hygiene. We're changing the tide, we're changing the ways, we're changing the vibe, and we're gonna learn what to do and how to do just enough and what we have to do to be on top of our feminine maintenance, to be on top of our feminine hygiene, and to be able to take care of ourselves and live a happy and healthy life. And if you see me looking down, it's because I have notes on my phone because I didn't want to forget anything. So first things first, you guys have to understand what exactly feminine hygiene is, what it all encompasses. Feminine hygiene is a combination of cleanliness, menstrual care, because you have a menstrual cycle, you are a lunar being, and vaginal health. You have to take care of your vagina. You have a vagina. I feel like somebody mama, like right now, just explaining this all to you. But understand, especially when you become sexually active, you have to be very aware of this. Your vagina has like a natural microbiome, just like your gut has a natural microbiome, okay? And a lot of things can throw off your natural microbiome. A lot of things can throw off your pH balance. Things like sex, unprotected sex, or protected sex, the type of underwear you wear. If you're working out and you're not cleaning yourself properly, it's important to keep her very dry. She needs to be dry, moisturized, but she needs to be dry. You don't want a hot, wet environment down there unless you're in the act. But in your day-to-day, you don't want a hot, wet environment. That's a breeding ground for bacteria. That will throw your pH balance off. Tight clothes can mess up your pH balance. That's why it's important to wear loose-fitting clothes so that, air can breathe through and things like that. It's important to wear fabrics for your underwear that are breathable, like cotton. Your diet can mess up your pH balance if you're eating too many sweets, candies, too much dairy. That can for sure give you a yeast infection, because a yeast infection is basically this organism called candida that lives in the gut, and it also can live in your vagina. And whenever you're eating too many sugary foods, too many sweets, the candida feeds on that and it overgrows. Using scented soaps, antibiotics can throw it off, medications can throw it off. Balance is really key. Another thing that can throw off your pH balance is scented soaps. Using all of these scented products. Everybody's vagina is not the same, so some people may be more sensitive than other people. Some people are fine with a little fragrance, some people are not. So it really just depends on you. That's something that you're gonna have to trial and error with. I say just stay away from the scented soaps altogether. To clean down there, use some type of baby soap, use some type of unscented cast iron soap, use something like that. So I wouldn't even say use Dove. Dove isn't even a soap that cleans necessarily. It's really a beauty bar and it's heavily scented. Douching. I am against douching. I know that some people are for it. I am against it. I don't think that you need to shoot anything up there to clean her out. She's going to clean herself out. The vagina is a self-cleaning system. You just have to work with her, okay? We were made perfectly. She knows how to clean herself. You don't have to shoot 5,000 different liquids up there for it to be clean. That's going to throw off your pH balance. Another tip that I have when it comes to vaginal care, specifically
aftercare after you have sex. You can use these little like feminine wipes to just like, clean up there, wipe under your arms. You can use these feminine wipes even when you're not having sex. You can use them after you use the restroom. You could use them if you've just been out all day and you want to freshen up. You want to always freshen up after you have sex. So now we're going to get into menstrual care. Whenever you have your period, right? I understand that a lot of girls struggle with heavy cramps, heavy bleeding, a whole bunch of different issues, things like PCOS, there's really painful periods, and there are a lot of things that you could do to help your symptoms. Starting with lifestyle changes, different supplements, different teas you could drink, which I will mention. But first things first, let's discuss menstrual products. So there are different types of products that you can use when you are on your menstrual cycle, when you are actually on your period, when you're actually bleeding. You can use pads, which is my personal preference. You can use tampons. You could use menstrual cups. I've never tried that personally. I think they have menstrual discs as well, and they've also come out with period panties. I haven't tried that, but I am intrigued. I'm intrigued by that. I haven't tried it personally. You're gonna have to try different things out and see what works for you. It really just depends on you, your preference, and your lifestyle. When you're buying pads and you're buying tampons, try to get the brands that aren't putting extra dyes and products and things like chlorine and bleach in there, because they're doing that. Majority of the brands are putting harmful chemicals into the pads and into the tampons, which is another reason why women's hormones are so messed up and we have all of these terrible symptoms and these mood swings and things like this. They're putting things in the products that really mess with your body and really mess with your endocrine system, endocrine disruptors. The pads that I use personally, I use the Always Flex Foam Pure Cotton pads. I highly recommend this brand. This is my favorite brand. I've tried the L brand before. I think that they are in the middle of a lawsuit right now. I'm not entirely too sure, but I do like their panty liners. Do your research on some different brands when it comes to tampons. You just want to make sure you're changing your pad like every 4 hours, every 3 to 4 hours. Don't just be sitting in the same pad for 12 hours. Good God. Like, please don't do that. Even with tampons, you cannot leave a tampon in for longer than 8 hours. You might get toxic shock, I believe it's called. Don't ever leave a tampon in for longer than 8 hours. Now, when it comes to the cups or the discs, I think those can stay in longer because it holds a larger amount of blood, but I'm not sure exactly how long those can stay in. So just, if that's something that you're using, or if you use them personally and you know, feel free to let the girls know in the comments. I don't know because I've never tried them and I don't use them, but I feel like I've heard that you could leave those in longer. Let's get into everyday hygiene products. Some things that you should be doing daily to take care of your feminine hygiene. Let's do the basics first. Every day you need to be washing your face, get the crust out of your eyes. Don't piss me off. I don't care if you're not leaving the house. You need to wash your face, you need to brush your teeth. When it comes to brushing your teeth, make sure that you're brushing your teeth for at least 2 minutes. Get you a timed toothbrush that times those 2 minutes. Get you a toothbrush that vibrates, soft bristles. You don't have to attack your teeth. There's no reason that your toothbrush should look like this. There's no reason that your toothbrush should look like this. You're not fighting against your teeth. You're not trying to break them out of your mouth. I would say use a fluoride-free toothpaste, but that is just me personally. Use whatever you want. You need to be tongue scraping. Brushing your tongue is not enough. Buy you a tongue scraper off Amazon. They sell them at Marshalls. They sell them at TJ Maxx. They sell them at Target. They sell them at Walmart. They sell them at H-E-B. You have no excuse. Another thing that would be good for you to do for your overall teeth care, your dental care, doing some form of oil pulling. After I wash my face, I'll throw in the oil, go make my bed, and then I'll do my little skincare, and then I spit it out, get to brushing, and then I tongue scrape. That's literally the routine. That is how you take care of your oral hygiene. With lip care, you can brush your lips with your toothbrush, or you can get a nice little lip scrub and do your lip scrub every other day. Just rub it in. I like Luscious lip scrubs. There are so many people that sell lip scrubs. You can make a quick lip scrub with some sugar, with some honey, with some sugar and some coconut oil even, and that could be your little lip scrub. Oh, this is another thing that's super important. Flossing.
Floss after your meals. Get the food out from between your teeth. This is how you get cavities. Taking care of your skin, having a solid skincare routine. This is very, very specific to each person. So I can't really tell you exactly what to do because everybody has different skin issues that they need to target. But what I will say is that you need to make sure that you have a good cleanser. You need to make sure that you have a good moisturizer. You could throw a serum in there, a serum that targets exactly what you're trying to treat. So whether that's a serum for hyperpigmentation, a serum for texture, or a serum to shrink your pores, or a serum that will clear your skin, whatever it is, you could throw a serum in there, but I don't think it's necessary if you have like naturally clear skin. All you really need is a good cleanser and a good moisturizer and a good sunscreen. Another thing you need is a good exfoliator. Exfoliate your skin 2 to 3 times a week. I do 3 times a week because I tend to get closed comedones on my face. I use the Dermalogica microfoliant, the daily microfoliant, I believe it's called. And I use this in combination with my cleanser about 3 times a week, and this keeps any closed comedones or any like under skin blemishes at bay. One thing that's really helped me is getting monthly facials. I know that everybody can't go and get a monthly facial. Even if you can do your own facial at home, but I do highly suggest that you go to an esthetician and you work with an esthetician because they will be able to tell you what products that they think will work best for your skin, and they will be able to help you craft a skincare regimen that will get you to where you want to get. Make sure that you have a good lip balm for your lips. Vaseline works, Aquifer works. Like Vaseline and Aquifer are not moisturizers, those are occlusives. They seal in moisture. So when you see people doing things like slugging and things like that, that's when you use Vaseline, that's when you use Aquifer. It locks in the moisture from your cream moisturizer or from your water-based moisturizer. A moisturizer needs to be water-based. That's how it's gonna hydrate your skin. So make sure that you have a solid skincare routine and that you are maintaining that and that you are doing that daily. You need to have a morning routine and you need to have a night routine. You're more than likely going to do more in your night routine before you go to bed than you do in your morning routine. That's at least how I do it. That's how I did it all of my life. You need to be taking care of your skin every single day. And that's just the face. Let's get into the body. So when it comes to body care, you want to make sure that you have a good soap. You could do a bar soap and body wash combo. That's what I do. But if not, you could just do body wash. You could just do bar soap, whichever one. I more so use bar soap because I feel like that's what cleans me. And then I use the body wash for like a scent. And whenever you cleanse, you want to make sure that you're using something that actually gets dirt and debris and dead skin off of you. So what I like to use is I like to use these African net sponges. You could get these from Amazon. You could get these from, actually, I don't know where else you could get them from because I get them from Amazon. And you know what? I might as well put all of these products in my Amazon storefront so that you guys can go and shop them. But because the African net sponges are exfoliating, you don't have to go like ham. Because it's abrasive, that will actually just get the dirt and the grime and the dead skin off of you versus using just like a regular washcloth. I do suggest that you use a regular washcloth on your vajayjay, but you don't want to use anything abrasive up in there, like on the top to exfoliate maybe, but like up in there, absolutely not. Okay, she's a flower, treat her as such. You want to use a soft washcloth with your baby soap, with your cast-out soap, your unscented soap. You want to make sure that you're cleaning your body properly. Okay, don't just hit all the big areas. You need to be cleaning in your neck. You need to be cleaning behind your ears. You need to be cleaning behind your knees. You need to be cleaning between your toes. You need to be cleaning in your ears, okay? You need to clean all of these areas. All of these areas that go unnoticed, you need to clean those because dirt builds up in those areas. You don't want dirt marks all over your body. That's not hygienic. Make sure that you're cleaning your body properly. I don't think that loofahs really do a good job of cleaning, me personally, but to each his own. I really, really love the African net sponges. I've been using those for years now. When it comes to moisturizing the body, I moisturize differently depending on what the season is. When it is wintertime, I always do an oil on my body. While I'm still wet, I'll put an oil on my body, and then I'll pat my body dry, and then I put on a body butter. Okay, so I do an oil first to lock in the moisture from the water, and then I do a body butter on top. If it's summertime, springtime, the hotter months, I'll just do the oil, or I'll just do a lotion. I won't even do a body butter because I don't really like to feel sticky. The oils that I use personally don't feel sticky, and I'll have those in my Amazon storefront as well. If I've had a long day and I just want to shower and go to bed, I'll always do the oil because I literally just put that on as soon as I turn off the water, and then I just pat dry and my body's already moisturized. So even if you don't want to do the body butter or the oil, definitely get yourself a good lotion. But I am pro oil. I just feel like I feel more luxurious when I use an oil. I feel more moisturized when I use oil. I feel more feminine, more goddess-like, lathering myself in oil, using nice smelling oils on my skin. So I really like using oils. It's another way that you smell good too, because your oil usually has a scent to it. The ones that I use have scents to them, and it just adds an extra layer of smell good to you, and it just makes you soft and shiny and moisturized. Like, I absolutely love it, so I definitely recommend that. And last but not least, we're gonna get into you making sure that you are staying on top of your appointments.
Subscribe.
A calm and peaceful sleep.
Good Night Electric. It removes mosquitoes so you can sleep a calm and peaceful sleep.
Terracue or Rapjoy or Leash Taste.
Appointments. As a woman, it is extremely important that you schedule regular gynecologist appointments, annually or as needed. Make sure that at least once a year you are going to get a well woman's exam, meaning you are going to get a pap smear, making sure that everything is right and tight, making sure that you don't have any issues like fibroids, making sure that you don't have any abnormalities, making sure that your vaginal health is in tip-top shape. Even if you're experiencing any difficulties or any concerns, this is when you express to the doctor, hey, I'm experiencing this, what could this be? Is this normal? Is this not normal? These are the things that you talk to your gynecologist about. If you are sexually active, I do suggest that you go to the gynecologist every quarter or every 6 months, depending on how many partners you have. If you're in a committed relationship, go every 6 months. Make sure that everything is good. Make sure he ain't cheating on you, and make sure you don't find out that he cheating on you because he gave you something. And if something is off, you always go to the gynecologist. If you feel like something is off, if you're having some type of irritation, if you have some type of abnormalities, you need to go to the gynecologist and you need to see what's up. It's all about being proactive, so make sure that you stay on top of that. It's also important to get regular STI and STD checking. You can get tested at your gynecologist. If you're in college, you can go get tested at your student health center. If you don't have access to your student health center, or if you don't have a gynecologist, you can get tested at the emergency room. You can get tested at clinics. You don't need insurance to get tested. You can pay out of pocket. There are some places that do free testing. There are so many options, there is no excuse. Make sure that you are being responsible. Make sure that you're getting tested regularly. You need to make sure that you are scheduling 2 dentist appointments per year. Every 6 months, you need to go get a checkup. Get your teeth cleaned. Get those scans. Make sure you don't have any cavities. Make sure you don't have gum disease. Make sure you don't have any abscesses. Make sure you don't have any abnormalities in the mouth. And as long as you're doing what I told you to do with the hygiene routine, you should be fine, but you want to make sure you stay on top of it, period. If you have braces, if you do Invisalign, then you know with the orthodontist, you need to go get those tightened and adjusted monthly. I remember those days. A lot of people don't know. This smile didn't come easy. I had braces for 5 years. I done been through it. Eye care. Make sure that you're going to the eye doctor every year. Once a year, you want to go and you want to get an eye exam. You need to see if you need glasses, if you need contacts, whatever it is. Make sure that you're going to check on your eyes, okay? We live in a digital age. We spend a lot of time looking at screens. We spend a lot of time with our phone being like right here. We spend a lot of time looking at computers, and that's not going to slow down anytime soon because we live in a digital era. Make sure you stay on top of that as well. You only need one of those appointments per year. You don't have to go to the eye doctor every 6 months, every quarter, or anything like that. When it comes to everyday hygiene practices, make sure that you're changing your panties daily. If you out here wearing the same panties for days in a row, you need your ass whooped. For real. I love you, but come on, what? I don't care if you put a panty liners on, absolutely the fuck not. You need to be changing your panties every day. Hell, you can change it multiple times a day, for real. And also, whenever you're washing your body, use a different washcloth for your private areas than you use for the rest of your body and that you use for your face. You don't want to cross-contaminate. You don't want to introduce bacteria to where it doesn't need to be introduced to. There's no reason you should be wiping your ass and wiping your face with the same washcloth. Absolutely not. You're not barbaric. We don't do that around here. That pretty much brings me to the end of today's episode. I really urge you guys and encourage you guys to prioritize your overall well-being and your feminine hygiene. Take care of yourself, okay? I always preach about self-adornment. I always preach about romanticizing the mundane tasks of life. Taking care of your health ties into both of those things. Be hygienic. Stay on top of your hygiene. It's not just about the makeup. It's not just about the hairstyles. It's not just about getting your nails done. Yes, smelling good is important, but that is the icing on the cake. You need to make sure that you're doing all of the other things first. That is the baseline of having a good level of feminine hygiene, okay? I hope that this episode helped you guys. I hope that you guys found some value in this episode. I look forward to talking with you guys again soon, and I love you so, so much. Remember, I'm only doing one-on-one calls through the end of this month, so if you want to book a one-on-one call with me, go ahead and do that sooner than later because, yeah, I'll be closing that down at the end of this month, and I have something really exciting that I'm working on for you guys that's dropping in December. I'm going to start teasing it soon, so you'll get a little bit more of information, but yeah, if you haven't already, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a beautiful day. I will talk to you in the next episode. Bye!
I'm just trying to understand how to be all of my personalities at once. And it's so confusing. I don't even chase men. Why would I be chasing money? Like, it's a no for me, dog. If you don't get it together now, when are you gonna get it together? Hello, and welcome to my Chit Chat Get Unready with me, where we unwind and we have some good girl talk. Let's get into today's video. Oh, before I forget, let's light a candle. I know the holidays are over, but not in this household. I'm going to be lighting. This is a Mary Cookie scented candle. It just smells so good, and my boyfriend's grandma got it for me, so I like to light her every chance that I get. Okay, she's burning. She's burning right. This is low-key a safety hazard, so do this at your own risk. So we're gonna be starting with hair first before I hop in the shower and do my washing and conditioning. I'm going to do a treatment on my scalp with my high frequency wand. It comes with a whole bunch of different attachments, including this comb attachment. This one is from the brand Pure Daily Care, but I use it once a week. I could definitely use it more often, but I do think that it has made a slight difference in my hair growth journey. I think I would get more results if I use it more frequently, of course, but I just don't. So I'm gonna use this first. And this just helps stimulate your scalp for hair growth, and I really like to focus it on my corners, like up here, because my hair for some reason is much thinner there. I have fine hair already, fine hair, but very high density hair. First, let's get into where I've been. So let me give you guys a little life update. I just got back in town from Paris. My boyfriend and I went for Paris Fashion Week along with a few other people, and it was a nice time. We did get stranded out there. Well, not stranded, but we did get stuck out there a few extra days because there was a snowstorm in New York, so our flight had to be rescheduled. But now I'm back, and something that I realized while being out there those extra days is that I love getting away and going to a different country for a few days, going to a different place, getting a mini vacation or a change of scenery, but I don't love it as much as I love being in routine. There's something about a good routine that just absolutely does it for me. So I was very, very excited to get back home and get back in my routine. Now, I will be traveling a lot in February and March, but luckily after that, I'll be kind of slowing down. I feel like last year was such a heavy travel year for me, and like I said, I absolutely love it, but I like my routine a little bit more, and I want to be able to enjoy being home and like a little bit more stable when it comes to my schedule. I feel like constantly being on the go is like low-key a little draining for me. I don't know, maybe it's the homebody in me. You guys know, or if you don't know, I'm a double Cancer, so the girl just likes being at home. I feel like I'm in a season in my life, and I'm sure a lot of you guys can relate to this, where I'm being much more serious about who I surround myself with, what I spend my time doing, how I eat and take care of my body, what habits I have, like what I value is changing. I'm in a very much growing up season in my life, very much going from girl to woman. And I think that, I mean, everybody goes through this journey, but I just don't think that it's something that is heavily talked about on social media, because I think in today's time, our culture has always infantilized women and like pushed them to chase youth, but it's on a whole different level where women don't want to go from girl to woman. Like they just want to be girls forever. And I'm just not that type of person. I want to grow, I want to mature. I understand that with growth and with age comes more wisdom and comes more freedom. And I'm looking forward to getting older and maturing and stepping into womanhood and getting over all of the things that you have to go through in girlhood. Like girlhood is actually, as fun as it is, it's low-key a little bit ghetto because you're experiencing a lot for the first time, which there's a beauty in that, but it's like, okay, after I experienced it and after I learned the lessons, like time to move on. But I'm very much looking forward to grow into the version of myself that is extremely self-assured and very firm in my identity and feels very whole and really truly doesn't give a fuck about what other people think or how they may perceive me or pleasing other people. And I don't care about that as much as the average girl, I think, for sure, but I still care about it in a certain sense. I think that it's still something that's within me on some level, and I think that that's something that you grow out of with age, because you either become more yourself or you become more of who people want you to be. And I'm choosing to walk down the path where I become more myself, no matter who people want me to be or think that I should be or what they say about me or their opinions or whatever the hell it is that they think. Like, I could care less, and I just want to be authentically the best version of me, the most authentic version of me. I want to make myself happy and feel like I am like truly fulfilling and truly living a fulfilling life, whatever that looks like for me. So that's where I'm at in life right now, like going from girl to woman. And it's a beautiful yet nerve-wracking journey. Like I feel like I'm shedding a whole version of myself. Like, I was telling my boyfriend about this the other day. Oh my gosh, how long was I out of focus? That's sickening. I just feel like I'm shedding a whole version of myself, and it's really, really, really intense. But we'll get into that more after I get out of the shower. I'm about to wash and condition my hair. I do a double wash and a condition. I'll show you guys what I use. So let's go. Okay, so I'm out of the shower, and before I get into styling my hair to go to bed, I'm gonna put on a little lip oil because my lips feel so dry. I've been using this one from the brand Nukes. It's a French brand, and I mean, I was just in France, so I did go to the French pharmacy, and I got a whole bunch of stuff, and I've been liking this. It smells really, really, really good, and I like how it feels on my lips, and it's pretty much all natural organic ingredients, and I like that in anything that I put on my body, so I've been loving that. But anyways, let's go ahead and take the hair down. These are for natural curls, and I feel like that CosRX Bond treatment just makes my curls like chef's kiss. Like, it makes my curls pop so well. It just makes my hair feel so healthy and so moisturized. I absolutely love it. Now I'm gonna go in with this right here. This is their oil serum from their bonding line, and I just do like 2 squirts. And I'm just going to massage this into my hair before I put it in 2 little twists and tie it with my scarf. And I usually just leave it in those 2 twists for a couple days, depending on if I have something to do the next day. And then whenever I do have to leave the house, I'll untwist my hair and I'll have like a little twist out. It'll last me for probably about 5 days until I decide to wash my hair again. And I do weekly hair washes, by the way, every Friday. And speaking of hair and identity shifts, I feel like I really, really want to do something drastic with my hair. The last drastic thing I did with my hair was my bob. Real quick, I'm just going to be using a combination of Auntie Jackie's Curl Lala Defining Curl Custard and Camille Rose's Twisting Butter. I usually like to use Camille Rose's Moisture Milk, but I left it at my man's house. So a lot of you guys met me in my bob era, and that was a time, okay? That was a time that was amazing for me, but I also do not want to go back to that time or necessarily recreate that time. One, I just want to continue growing out my hair. I really like long hair and big hair, a little bit more than shorter hair, but at that stage in my life, I had just gone through a breakup, and I really felt like it was cutting off all of that dead weight and all of that old energy, and my hair hadn't been that short since like, I don't know, maybe I was like 15. So I did what needed to be done. But now I want to do something just as drastic to kind of mark this new era that I'm in my life, this grown woman phase that I am stepping into. And I'm really thinking about dyeing my hair, like going blonde. Not full blonde, but like a nice honey copperish type of blonde, and also wearing my natural curls much more, because I've been taking such good care of my hair and my curls have been looking really, really good. And if my hair is going to be bleached, I'm going to want to do the least amount of heat that I can. I want to do the curls with kind of like a curl bang, big curls with the different highlights and everything.
When you're hungry from work, you want
Order with Global and receive it in minutes.
Coleman, an effective weapon against malaria.
Seduction is effortless. Reality is going to be like putty in your hands. People are going to melt like butter. Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Leolations. So today we are doing a topic that I am very, very passionate about. Something that I just love partaking in. I don't consider myself an expert, but I am pretty damn good, if I say so myself. Today I'm going to be teaching you how to seduce anything or anyone that you want. So let's go ahead and jump right into today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and make sure that you have those post notifications turned on. So, you know, something always inspires me. I live in a constant state of inspiration. And what inspired today's video was a conversation that I had last night. We had a really long 3-hour conversation. And we were just talking about like flirting, seduction, and different things like that. Obviously, we were talking about it in a romantic sense, like how to seduce men. Honestly, that's what we were talking about. But seduction doesn't just apply to you seducing men. It doesn't just apply to you seducing the opposite sex. You also seduce your desires. You also seduce opportunities. You seduce all of those things to come to you so that you can get what you want. Let's start off by defining what seduction is. You guys know I'm a big fan of the dictionary. So according to Merriam-Webster defines seduction as the action of seducing someone or a tempting or attractive thing. We are going to be going more with the second definition because the first one, yes, it applies. Yes, it's accurate. But like I said, we're not just limiting this to seducing another person. So we're more so focusing on how to become more tempting and how to become more attractive. That's how Merriam-Webster defines seduction. My personal definition of seduction is that, but it's also a little different. To me, seduction is the art of attraction and connection, not just in romance, but in every area of life. Relationships, opportunities, personal goals, literally every area you can utilize seduction in order to get what you want. I feel like whenever the term seduction is brought up, people automatically attribute it to something sexual, or they automatically put a little bit of a negative connotation on it as if it's manipulation. And I don't want you to think of it as manipulation. I want you to change your mindset and shift it from, oh, seduction is manipulation, it's a bad thing, to seduction being more so about authentic magnetism. It's more so about how are you aligning yourself and your energy in order to pull in what it is that you want, okay? So we're going to be going over the 5 key components that I think are essential to be a good seductress. Also, I want to mention I've been working on something pretty exciting. Think of it as like the ultimate guide to mastering seduction and divine femininity. I do think that it's a message that a lot of people and a lot of women need to hear in order to raise the collective consciousness of the feminine. If you want to dive deeper into the topic, let me know in the comments, because that could definitely be released. The first key component of seduction that I think a lot of people don't take into account, and I would like to argue that this is the most important part of seduction, is utilizing the power of curiosity, being an inquisitive person. Curiosity is really the root of seduction. In my personal opinion, the most seductive people are seductive because they have a thirst for knowledge, like they want to know more. Whether that knowledge is about another person, whether that knowledge is about a certain opportunity or just something else, period. The most seductive people are magnetic because they have this desire to know. They have this desire to see what someone is about or see what something is about. You know what I mean? Like they're genuinely curious. Seduction starts with wanting to know, to deeply understand what makes someone who they are or what makes them tick, or to just get in their head and see what's going on up in there. You know what I mean? When you really think about it, people are drawn to others who ask meaningful questions and show genuine interest in their world. Like think about when you're having a conversation with someone, let's say you were on a first date or something like that, or you meet someone out, and it could even be a friend or something like that, and y'all are in conversation and you're getting to know another person. You wouldn't want them to just be asking you like these surface level questions like, oh, like, how's your day? Like, oh, what did you eat? Oh, was it good? Like, you know, boring surface level questions that you really don't even have to think to answer. The best conversations are when you're having conversations with people where you have to sit and actually think about what you want to say to answer the question. Like they ask you something that's like, like, what do I want to say to that? Like they're asking you, instead of like, what do? They're asking you, have you been working on anything exciting recently? That's better than what do you do? And then that's when someone will think, well, what makes me excited about what I do? Have I been working on anything exciting recently? Am I a boring person because I'm not excited about what I do? Am I a boring person because I actually hate what I do? Like you have to ask questions that make people think. And you can only ask questions that make people think if you're genuinely interested in getting to know them and getting in their head. That sounds crazy to just say getting in their head, but I mean literally getting in their head. It's very important also to practice active listening, okay? This isn't just a component of seduction. This is an important thing to keep in mind as you move through life. Whatever you do, do it intentionally. Move mindfully. Be an active listener. When you're speaking with someone, don't be on your phone. Be in the conversation. Be where your feet are. Really genuinely listen to what they're saying to you. And don't listen to respond. Listen to understand. Pay attention to what they're saying. Once they tell you what they've told you, reflect and recap what they said. Like they're telling you, my favorite color is blue because my grandma used to always buy these blue roses and I just love looking at them when I was a child, so blue has just always been my favorite color. And then you reply back by saying something like, oh, so what I'm hearing is that you love blue so much because your grandma's really into blue roses. So you like blue, but do you like any other types of flowers? That's so cool. My grandma bought yellow roses. What's up with grandmas and roses? Like, what kind of roses are you gonna buy in life? I'm sorry. But you get what I'm saying. Do you see what I mean? Like, that was just a little example. That's literally the formula. Listen actively, be very attentive, reflect back what they've shared with you, and ask follow-up questions. That's all. You're just trying to get to know more about them. You're trying to dive in a little deeper. You're trying to get beyond the surface. And you can't do that if you're not listening. You can't do that if you're not letting them know that you're listening by reflecting back to them what they've already told you. And you can't do that if you're not asking follow-up questions to get a little deeper. You have to stay curious about life itself. One of my favorite things about myself personally is just how curious I am. In some instances, curiosity did kill the cat, okay? But I'm a very curious person. I want to know more. I want to know why. I want to know why you do what you do. I want to know why you like what you like. I want to know why you act like that. I want to know why you don't act like that. I want to know why they act like that. I want to know why we all act like this. I want to know why this is this way. I want to know who made these rules, who bends these rules, who breaks these rules. I want to know everything. The second you stop wanting to know more and the second you stop being curious is the second that you stop learning. And at the same time, you stop growing because you become stagnant. It's fun to be fascinated by people. It's fun to be fascinated by stories. It's fun to be fascinated by experiences. Being genuinely interested in someone, being genuinely curious about someone builds this level of emotional intimacy between you and the other person. And even if it doesn't get as far as being romantic, it just is this certain type of connection where it's like you recognize the humanity and the divinity in someone else, and in turn they recognize it in you as well. Connection is a part of what makes us human, and at the core basis of every human being, they want to feel seen, they want to feel validated, and they want to feel understood, and they want to feel heard. So that's why seduction is so easy when you really break it down, because that's the core of every human being. So if you're taking the time to be intentional in your interactions and really be curious about someone or something and really get to know what it is or who they are beyond the surface, then they're going to like you and gravitate towards you a little more. Next, we're going to talk about the energy of desire, okay? I love the word desire. It just sounds nice. You have to be clear on what it is exactly that you want in order to seduce properly. You have to know the end goal. What are you trying to seduce? Why are you trying to seduce? And what are you trying to get out of this seduction? So you need to know what it is that you want to attract, whether it's a person, whether it's an experience or an opportunity. Be clear on what it is that you want so that way you can seduce properly. And also know this: confidence in your desires makes others believe in your magnetism, okay? Because if you are confident in your own abilities, if you are confident in yourself, then people are going to match that, because nobody's going to believe in you until you believe in you. I've told you guys this before. Nobody's going to believe that you can get what you want until you actually believe your damn self that you can get what you want. You have to know that you are that. You have to know that you can get that. You have to know that you are capable, and you have to truly believe it deep down. With the energy of desire, visualization is a very, very, very important thing for you to be skilled at, because you need to be able to see it in your mind's eye first. You need to be able to imagine yourself already having what it is that you want, or being whoever you wish to be, and you need to be able to move from that thought. You need to be able to move from that space, from that energy. You don't need to be separate from it. You need to become it, embody it, integrate it into your self-concept. Act as if you already. So know how to tap into the five senses and use that to your benefit. I want to give you guys more, but I'm going to save the bulk of it for the masterclass. Whenever you're trying to attain your desires, understand that balance is key. You have to show interest in whatever it is that you want, but you don't want to be overbearing and come off desperate. You have to maintain a sense of mystery and a sense of allure. Whenever you can make a person comfortable enough to reveal themselves to you, obviously share with them as well, but don't share too much. Like, a big part of seduction is making people feel comfortable enough to reveal themselves and open up and be vulnerable without you having to do it back. Like, obviously share a little bit, but the whole point of seduction is getting someone to talk about themselves so much to where you don't have to share as much, or to where you don't have to share a lot. Because if you're too busy trying to get and understand them, and if you're too busy asking them questions about themselves and really trying to see what type of person they are, then the conversation is going to be centered around them. And people like to talk about themselves. Everybody is a little bit narcissistic. So people really feel like somebody is really interested in understanding them and seeing them. So you're just fulfilling that for them. You never want to be too available. You never want to come off desperate. You never want to come off needy, or like you're coming from a place of lack, okay? This is why it's important to be autonomous and to be self-sufficient and to be self-assuring, because in all of your interactions, you don't want to be the girl that's like fishing for validation, fishing for confirmation, or fishing for compliments, or anything like that. You need to know that you already are that girl or whatever on your own. You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to show confidence and show warmth and extend that warmth to the other person. Timing is also very, 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 very important in seduction as well. Timing is everything. You have to know when to give a little and when to pull away. It's like a dance, okay? Seduction is a dance. You're doing a dance with the other person. You're doing a dance with your desires. And lastly, you have to align your aura. Seduction is an inside job. Anything you're doing on the outside, externally, that's play. I want you to do this play, being playful, okay? Seduction is an inside job. You have to believe in your own seductive power. You have to believe that you made reality dreams that you're real. You have to rest in that knowing, because that is where your power will come from. And also, with the visualization, in real life, you have to move and be and act as if you already are who you visualize yourself to be, or as if you already have the things that you desire.
You have to move from that place of already having it, of already being it, even if you are not it. Even if your whole external reality is the opposite of what you want, you still have to act as if you are already that. Because reality is just going to catch up to you. It's a matter of time. It's internal, right? And when you're in alignment, when you have the correct self-concept, seduction is effortless. Reality is going to be like putty in your hands. People are going to melt like butter, okay? But you have to have the correct self-concept and you have to be in energetic alignment first. That's extremely important. I cannot stress that enough. This isn't something that you just do to get, like, seduction is a mindset. Being a seductive person is a mindset that you're in. It's a way of being, is what I'm trying to stress to you guys. It's not something that you just turn on whenever you want to get something. It's something that you can utilize whenever you want to get something. It's something that you can lean into whenever you're trying to attain something. But understand it's already there. You're already operating at that frequency because you're naturally curious. You're naturally intuitive. You're naturally sensual. You naturally want to be in irresistible presence because that's who you are. You naturally are into self-adornment because you care about your own self-expression. It's you doing it for you. Understand, seduction is not performative. This is genuine, this is about connection, and this is about authenticity. I hope that this episode of Relations was helpful to you. I hope that you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed creating it. And if this episode really spoke to you or intrigued you and you're ready to tap into your divine femininity, then stay tuned because, like I said at the beginning of the episode, I'm working on something that you're probably going to love. Again, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. If you want more of me, you can join my Patreon community, KISS. The link to join is in the description box below. As always, it was a pleasure to talk to you guys. I can't wait to see you guys in the next episode of Relations. And I will talk to you soon. Bye.
Promote multivitamin active tea. Shine on.
Get off the phone and get in the field. 2026. Hello, and welcome back to my channel. Happy 2026. Happy New Year. I'm so excited for the interviews this year. I was so over 2025, and I felt it on my heart, on my soul, on my chest to talk to you guys about this topic today. We are going to be talking about how to get out of your head and back into your life. You're chronically online, you're chronically in your head, overthinking, stuck in anxiety loops. No more of that in 2026. This is not the year for that. The energy of this year absolutely does not support that. So we are breaking those cycles, and I will be giving you my guidance to do so because I've had to go through this process myself. And you guys know I love teaching you what I learned and what I experienced in my own life. So without further ado, today's video. I have my laptop here because I wrote some notes to guide me. So if you see me looking down, that is why. I've been really into quotes lately, really into pieces that have helped me shape
This is the reality that I'm creating for myself, and I want to share some of the few that have been really impactful for me. And you want to impress your man, you want to ignite that fire in him, you want to get his passion stirring, you want to get his lower center disturbed, if you know what I mean. So in that sense, it's a little different, but we're talking in the context of social media. So let's limit it to that, because obviously there can be so much more nuance and so many more angles that we can hit it from. But yeah, you came down here to be a human being, to create, to express yourself, to expand the collective consciousness, to add something new to it, to create different things, to grow and to learn and to excel and to reach new heights that may have never been reached before. This is what you came to do, in my opinion. This is what all humans came to do on the planet Earth. Now, if you're just living to impress people, then you're not necessarily going to do that, because what if what impressed people was just being boring and monotonous and not doing anything different or eccentric, but you really had a very different and eccentric soul? Then you're just stifling your self-expression, and you're just going along with what is acceptable and what is rewarded in society. It's okay to not be for everybody. Don't try to water yourself down just so everybody can get a taste. Everybody don't like sugar in their Kool-Aid, and that's okay. But if you got 3 cups of sugar in your Kool-Aid, I guarantee you there's hundreds of thousands of people that can get down with that. You just gotta continue doing it how you do it, so that way those people can find you. If you wanna express yourself a certain way, then do that, even if it goes against the grain of what's in, or what's acceptable, or what gets validation. Let it be unpolished and messy and true. This is a mantra that I am living by this year. I find myself always wanting to be in a state of perfection, to create perfect things, to be this perfect person. And as I've matured, I've realized that the most perfect thing that you can do is embrace your imperfections. That is the most perfect thing that you can do, because that is what makes you uniquely who you are. That is what helps you to embrace your own unique signature, your own unique energetic imprint, where you're not trying to be like anybody else. You're only trying to be like yourself. I think we've gotten to a point in society where it feels like everything must be optimized. Everything is about productivity, and everything is about discipline, and everything is about structure, and everything is about optimizing things and trying to be the best and the most perfect and the da-da-da-da-da-da, when really the most beautiful, the most pure, and the most simple things are what is truly the best, are what is truly the most perfect. That is what we should be embracing as a culture, as a people, not optimization. Like there's a place for all of that, but the place for all of that is not in your personality. It's gotten to a point where everything must be proficient, or at least seem to be. And if it's not, it doesn't get the attention or the energy that it may deserve. But you don't have to be an expert for your words to hold weight. You don't have to be perfect to be worthy. And you do not have to speed up and do more. Hustle culture is not the thing anymore. Let it go. You don't have to speed up to do more. You don't have to do the absolute most. Most of the time, you just need to slow down and do things the simple way. This doesn't mean that you can't be eccentric. This doesn't mean that you can't add your own flavor to things. This doesn't mean that you can't be dynamic and interesting and multifaceted. This doesn't mean that at all. A diamond is just a rock from the earth. That is simple, but it is multifaceted. It shines. It has different shadows from different angles. Just like a diamond, you could be simple and still dynamic, still multifaceted, still eccentric, still interesting. When it comes to your creations and the things that you are interested in doing, just make it exist first, and you can make it good later. It's important to value progress
over perfection. I can't remember who talked about it specifically, whether it was Michael or Prince, or if it was both of them that talked about it in an interview or what happened, but they talked about how they used to get these ideas for songs and they would race to the studio before the other person received the idea. Ideas do not belong to us. Ideas pass through us. We are just receivers of ideas. We're all connected energetically through the mental and etheric planes. And if we don't choose to act on an idea and to give it energy for it to manifest in our reality, then it will go to somebody else who will give it energy. So in 2026, from this point moving forward, as just energy, as a collective energy on the planet, in the world, speeds up, you need to be acting on your inhibitions, you need to be acting on your inspirations, and you need to be taking steps in the direction that excites you and that inspires you and that you feel called to. Because if you don't act on these ideas, if you don't take steps in this direction, then someone else will. Trust yourself. If you feel yourself called to a certain direction, then trust yourself. Trust God, trust whatever you believe in, trust the universe, and move in that direction. Remember what I said, you need to have faith, keep the faith, and have faith in yourself, and just take inspired action. You don't have to have it all figured out. You don't have to have the whole plan laid out for you. Just take the first step, and as you walk, the steps will appear. And for a lot of people, this is good advice, yes, but I also know that a lot of people don't know what they want. And you have to ask yourself, what do I really want? When figuring this out for myself, I always go back to the greatest muse. And the greatest muse of mine is my childhood self. It's not your favorite celebrity. It's not your favorite musician. It's not your favorite artist or your favorite actress or actor. It's not someone in your family. Your greatest muse is your childhood self. Why? Because that was you at your purest form, at your most authentic, before the world conformed you and molded you into who you are now. When you are trying to figure out what do you really want, what's your heart's truest desire, what direction may excite you, you need to ask yourself, you need to think about your inner child, think about your younger self, and ask, what did she want? What did she enjoy? What excited her? What were her heart's desires? What did she do for fun? What did she used to joke about? What did she used to laugh about? What was her personality like? This is what you need to think about, because this is who you are at your core. You have to do more creating than you do consuming. This is something that my man and I talk about a lot. Attention is currency. So if you're spending all of your attention consuming content, consuming media, and you're not creating things in life, then you are going to find yourself in this lethargic state. You're going to be very stifled. You're going to slip into depression and feel unfulfilled and feel anxious, and you're just going to have all of this built up energy, and you're just going to become like an energetic vegetable. You need to create. We came here to create. You need to get your creative juices out and flowing. It's time that you be a participator in life instead of just an observer. Contribute to the collective in a meaningful way. And meaningful doesn't always mean grand. I'm not telling you to go out and get a Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, if that's what you want to do, then go off. I'm not telling you to go out and end world hunger. I'm just saying that what you do and what you create needs to be intentional and purposeful. You need to be creating. Even if that's just putting extra effort into your meals, trying something new with your makeup, drawing and scribbling something on a piece of paper, and just like letting your mind flow and go wherever, then let that happen. Get into a state of creation. It doesn't just have to be content that you post on social media. There was a whole world of the arts, music, painting, sculptures, furniture making, jewelry making, so many things. The list goes on and on and on. decorating, crafting, DIY things, so many things that you can do, so many ways that you can create and add joy back into your monotonous life, so many ways that you can get out of your head and back into your life, into your body, and give your mind something to do other than overthink. And I think that we've made it a habit to compare our creations to our peers' creations on social media, or a stranger's creations on social media, your favorite influencers, or just somebody who is getting more attention or more engagement on social media than you. Whatever it is, we went from the days of just comparing to our neighbors, like, you know, the term keeping up with the Joneses, you're trying to keep up with your neighbors. We went from that to trying to keep up with somebody all the way across the world that we don't even know, that we never would have even saw or knew about if it weren't for social media. And you need to understand that comparison destroys personalities. Log off that phone, okay? Log off the app. Don't compare your creations to somebody else's. This is your creation. Would you go out here comparing your baby to somebody else's baby? No, that's stupid. Y'all have different DNA sequences. Of course the babies are gonna look different, act different, be different. That baby's yours and that baby is theirs. You need to think the same way about your creations. They're not supposed to look the same or do the same thing. They're supposed to get different reactions from people. They're supposed to go out and provoke different thoughts and different feelings in people. They're supposed to have a life of their own, not be exactly like someone else's creation. Get off the phone and get in the field. In 2026, get off the phone and get in the field. Social media is a third place. I have seen so much talk over the last year, couple years, about there being a lack of third places, which, if you don't know what a third place is, a third place is like somewhere that you go to socialize and to commune with people that doesn't require you to like spend money, just somewhere that the community can commune with each other. People have complained about there being a lack of a third place. It's 2026, let's come to terms with it. Social media is the third place. Not that we necessarily have a lack of third places in reality. It's that everybody is so focused on the third place of social media that nobody is going to the third places in real reality. And it's that the economy is so fucked up, the socioeconomic state of the world is so fucked up, that all these third places have to put up a paywall just so they can survive and stay in business, which is crazy. That makes me think about the library. We really need to start utilizing the library more. I'm gonna make it a point to utilize the library more and make it a third place. I may open a library one day and it will be so cute and so cunt. I don't want it to be dreary and old. Bring back libraries. I'm just kidding, because they haven't gone anywhere, but we need to start utilizing our third spaces in real life. But anyways, I digress. Social media is a third place. I need you to treat it as such. These tech giants, these media companies, these social media companies, the government even, they're not going to put rules and regulations on the use of social media because it makes them too much money. So you have to put rules and regulations on it for yourself. Gentle parent yourself, okay? This is where gentle parenting comes in, and you need to create boundaries around how you use social media and the internet, and use it consciously and intentionally. For me, the way that I've been doing this is I think of social media as a physical place that I can go into and walk out of, literally. So ask yourself, if social media had to be a physical place for me, what would it be? Would it be a library, like a place that I go to get new information and to learn? Or is it like a cute restaurant for you? A place where you go to catch up with your friends? Or is it a bar, a place where you go to vent and or distract yourself by getting drunk on scrolling and validation, the same way you would go to a bar to get drunk on alcohol? Is it a 24/7 diner? A place that's always open, that never closes, that you're at every single night because the food, i.e. the dopamine, is
always available and it's cheap and you'll know that you'll get it just by showing up, what type of physical place is social media to you? Form an image of that in your mind and treat it as such. Don't forget that you always have the option and the choice to log off. If social media is stressing you out, literally just log off. If you find yourself waking up in the morning and the first thing you're hearing is TikTok sounds, that's a signal that it's time for you to log off and do you a cleanse. Just to recap a little bit of everything, this is the year where you fall back in love with life. And to do that, you have to approach things in a completely different manner, and you have to have the courage to do so. You have to have the courage to use social media in a different way, to use it more consciously, to use these devices in your phones and technology in a different way, to use it more consciously. You need to use even AI in a conscious way. All of these things are meant to be tools. You're supposed to use them, not let them use you. And as long as you keep letting them use you, and as long as you remain an observer of life instead of an active participator, then you will be living in your head and not in your life. I hope that you guys enjoyed today's video. If you like this type of video, if you like this new editing style that I'm playing around with, let me know in the comments down below. I'm very curious to hear what you guys have to think. Not because I need the validation, but because I like the information. Okay. If you haven't already, then like the video for me and subscribe. Stay a while. Stay around for my content. I'm so excited for 2026 and to approach things in a whole new way. But yeah, you guys, I love you guys so much. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Thank you for supporting me, for supporting my channel. I will see you guys in my next video. Bye.
Big Bull Gold, the gold standard of rice.
Dreaming, overdoing. It's time for you to get out of your head and into the world and actually make something shake. For me personally, I have my own hangups with this. I had a big maladaptive daydreaming habit when I was a child, and I also have been really susceptible to daydreaming overdoing because a lot of times I find myself very indecisive about which step to take and which step is the right step to take. You know how sometimes you have all of these options or you have all of these ideas that you want to create and it's like you don't know which one will be the right thing to do? Well, I'm here to tell you there's no one right thing to do. There's only what aligns best with you and whatever your long-term goals are, whatever your values are, whatever your energy is in the moment. That is the only place that you can make that decision from. And another thing that I want to say is that, and if you see me looking down, it's because I have some notes right here. A lot of times we get caught up in daydreaming and we don't do because we don't know when to act. But you have to understand that there is no perfect time. I've realized after a lot of observation and getting a lot of messages from you guys, emails, DMs, comments, and even my own life experience and the own things that I've observed, that we as women have a really big control issue, okay? We want to control everything. We want to know when everything is happening. We want to get out ahead of any hurt, any pain, any inconveniences. Like, we want to avoid that pain and avoid that hurt and avoid failure as much as possible. And I mean, I understand why. Pain isn't something that is an easy thing to feel. Failure isn't an easy thing to swallow. There obviously negative feelings aren't like going to be the thing that you want to experience. You know what I'm saying? But in that same regard, trying to control everything and trying to wait for the perfect time and trying to control outcomes and control how something plays out and just control how well something does or when to act and when to do this, it can really be detrimental. because you're holding yourself back from taking action and therefore putting in the work, laying a brick every single day so that you could create a beautiful castle. Instead, you're just standing there by the pile of bricks looking at them like, oh, I don't think it's time yet. I don't think this is the perfect time yet. I don't think today. Oh, the weather's a little off. Oh, this, oh, that. Like, no. This is not the time for you to be waiting for the perfect time anymore. The perfect time is now. All the power you have is in now. Because really, if we're being very for real, if we're keeping it very frank, metaphysically speaking, the past, the present, and the future all exist now. So all of your power is in the present moment. If you have big goals, big dreams, and things like this, you're not going to get to the end result of what you want in the immediate moment, no. But you can take a step today that puts you on path to reaching that goal, that puts you on path to experiencing that reality, that aligns you with that reality. You can absolutely take those steps right now, and you absolutely should. Don't wait for nobody to tell you to do it. Don't wait for nobody to tell you it's the perfect time to do it. Don't put your power in things outside of you. And let me free you from something else. Everything you do does not have to be a big production, okay? I recently got told this by my boyfriend, and when I tell you it freed me, it freed me. A lot of the times I, in the past, have gotten stuck in the daydreaming, gotten stuck in the just wishful thinking, or just stuck in my head about what I should do next and how I should do it, and living it out in my head but not really taking action in real life. And it's because I put the unnecessary pressure on myself to think that everything has to be on
Look matters. Hey, Susie. Ashley, how you look matters. And if you've been following me for a long time now, you've heard me say this, and I think you believe and you understand it, you get it, so you move with intentions, and you're very careful with how you present yourself to the world, right? You're not just throwing on anything and just like leaving the house with scarves on and thinking that it's okay and people should just accept you for who you are because this is earth, this is the real world. And we talked about how you look determines how you're going to feel about yourself, how you're going to carry yourself, how you're going to allow other people to treat you. So much so that I created the Pretty Polished Glow Up Guide, giving you tips on skincare, on hair care, mindset, how to move as a feminine woman, how to be soft, your posture, just jewelries, fragrances. All of those things is literally in the guide, giving you tips and tricks on how to move as a feminine, classy, godly woman. And I think some women think that, oh, because I follow Christ and I'm big on Jesus and I'm big on this and that and I go to church every day, how I look doesn't matter and it should just be about my personality and my heart. No. And I think that's probably what God was thinking. God was saying, love your neighbor and treat everyone with respect and kindness and give everyone the same opportunities. But on earth, the way that things are set up now is different. People are getting opportunities. People are being treated a certain way simply because of how they look. So let's catch up, okay? We're going to be talking about just something quick on how you can always stay pretty and polished. In a real world, like we're also busy. I can't sit here and tell you that you need to curl your hair every single day and make sure that you're fully beat every single day and your clothes are just like glammed 24/7 because you're mothers, you're students, you're trying to become a better version of yourself. You have work. There's so much that's going on in our lives. And I personally am not even able to do that, right? But how can you stay looking your best? Even when you're on the go? How can you stay looking pretty and polished even when you have sweats on? That is what this conversation is going to be about today, and I'm going to make it really, really quick. If you like this video, if you like my videos, if you like my channel, go ahead and like, comment, share, subscribe, join the community, help this channel to grow, share the word to another woman you know for a fact is going to benefit from these videos, okay? And if you want us to just focus on like being attractive and glowing up and focusing on our physical appearance for this month, because I'm feeling like this month is just the month where we just talk about all things, pretty and polished. Let me know in the comments below. Okay. The first thing I need you to do when it comes to looking more attractive and not having to do too much, but just always still looking put together, is to lock in skincare. This is the very first thing that people see. And I've said this so many times in a lot of my videos where like this is my biggest issue and I've been working on it for years. My skin is very sensitive. I'm allergic to a lot of things and I break out and I have acne prone skin. But you want to make sure that you're locking in some kind of facial. Like you want to be the kind of girl that even if you're not going in because it's expensive to get your facials done, you're doing some kind of mask at home at least once a week just to give you that glowing plum radiant skin. And the things that I use is for my mask at home I use Greek yogurt, olive oil, and honey, and I mix it together and I just put it on my face. I try and put it on my face like 2 to 3 times a week just to keep my skin moisturized and just glowing and healthy. And it helps with you look matters. Your body, you're not as confident as you would be when you feel your best, when you feel like you look your best, right? Like you see that all the time. When someone has on a really nice outfit, they're just like, yeah, 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 yeah. But when they don't feel good in their skin, they kind of shrink down a little bit. But if you want to boost your confidence, take care of yourself. Yourself. So lacking signature hairstyles. I've done my sleek bun, or I have my hair just down shoulder length, my natural hair, or I have braids. Those are really like my three signature styles that I go for. But make sure you're taking care of your hair. Whether it's you investing in your real hair, I personally feel like one of the sexiest thing a woman can do is to take care of her own hair, especially for us Black women, where society has brainwashed you to think that you don't have beautiful hair, which is a lie. It's an absolute lie. If we can just start investing in our hair, like, sis, you have the best hair. You literally have the best hair, but I understand your entire life they told you that it wasn't pretty enough. It wasn't, so now you don't want to invest in your hair. But instead of just taking all the money and investing in wigs and all of this stuff, if we can start like taking time to at least once or twice a week or once a month, focus on your natural hair. Wash your wash your hair. Make sure you have the right products for your hair. And make sure that whatever your hair needs, actually start doing that. Go and get your hair trimmed. Take care of your actual hair. And then here and there, when you want to, jazz it up a little bit, because one of the best parts about being a Black woman is that you can be anything you want. You can be whoever you want. If you know, you know. You know what I mean? But just women in general, Black, blue, green, all of my women are talking to you when I say Black in a few signature hairstyles, okay? Whether you're wearing sweats, you can still rock this hairstyle and still look really good. Whether you're glammed up, you can still rock this hairstyle and still look really good. Like sometimes my sleek bun, I can rock a dress, my jewelries, and I still look fly. Sometimes I have my hair down and I have sweats on and I still look really good. Everything that I'm saying, I want it to be low maintenance, right? The more you do your facials, the more you whiten your teeth, the more you care for your brows, the more you put these things on schedule, it's going to just be something that's naturally part of your daily life. As we're talking, what are some of your non-negotiables? Like when it comes to being pretty and polished and glowing up and just looking your best, what are some things that it's like you must do? What are some beauty tips? If you can share, asking for a friend. I'm asking for myself, okay? I mean, we're all on this journey into glowing up and just becoming a better version of ourselves. And as a woman, I love a good girl tip. I love a good beauty tip. So if there's anything that that I didn't mention yet that for a fact has helped you, has changed the game for you, please put it down below. If there's any products, anything that can help a sister out, that can help the entire community out, just put it down in the comments below. The next tip is to get your nails and your neti and your pedi done. Like I do this once a month. Some girls do it every 2 weeks. If that works, I don't think I need to do my nails every 2 weeks. But I feel like for once a month, for me, I stay looking polished, and that's one of the best things. When you have your nails done, you just look clean. You automatically look intentional. You automatically look like you take care of yourself. You don't have to go in. Like nothing I tell you will be go and spend this much money. You can do everything that I've recommended at home. I've even started doing my own braids. Yes, I started doing my own braids because I'm just like, I usually keep braids in for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I don't need to go and pay $300 to get my braids done just to keep it in for 2-3 weeks. Like if I was one of those girls that keeps it in for like 2 months or a month, maybe it's worth it. But if I'm doing it for 2-3 weeks because my scalp is inflamed, I had to learn to invest in myself that way, right? And so I do my own braids. So everything I'm telling you here, you can master. You can learn. You're capable just like everyone else. Get your nails done. If it's not you going in to get it done, then it's you getting like press-ons from Amazon. It's you getting the nails kit. I have the nails kit, the different like polishes and stuff, where at one point I was doing my own nails. I would just like on like a weekend or something, I would just sit at home, turn on cartoon and just like clean my nails, clean my feet, and just go from there. But for me right now, it's worth me going in. I have a girl and she's really good. So I'm gonna keep going in once a month. But for me, once my nails is done, I just feel like my best. I feel like I can just like I just feel good. You feel good when your nails is done. You feel clean. Make sure that you have a routine on cleaning your nails and figure out the kind of shape that you want to go for, okay? So like what's your vibe? What kind of shape do you want to go for? What kind of colors do you want to go for? For me, I'm a neutral kind of girl. I don't like colors. I don't care for loud colors. So every time I get my nails done, it's pretty much the same things. It goes with all of my outfit. It goes with my personality, my style, my lifestyle, all of that jazz. I want you to start being intentional and thinking about who you are, what you want, how you want to be seen, and then start getting and doing things that just enhance and show off that person. As we move on to being more attractive, to being pretty and polished, we talk high. We talk hygiene, okay? Let's shower. Let's at least I said twice a day, but if you can't do the twice a day, do at least once a day. Every single day, let water touch your skin. Make sure that you're doing your laundry, you're washing your underclothes, you're washing your clothes, so you're not just constantly wearing the same things. You don't have a smell towards you. Make sure that you're removing the hair from your body if you're into those that kind of stuff, between your legs, your underarms, your entire body. make sure that at least once or twice, I said once a week, and someone's like, what the heck? Once a week, I am a bear. I'm a bear. Every other week, every other day, I literally have to shave. I'm going to eventually switch over to getting wax so that it can last longer, so that I don't have to keep just like shaving. I near down there, but for the rest of my body, I shave, and that's obviously why the hair keeps coming back. Yeah, every other day for me, I just have my shaving stick in my bathroom, and I have to shave because I like the feeling of being smooth. But then some days I go a week, but that we're just being real. Life happens, right? But at least being intentional and making sure that you're on that as much as you can. And a tip that I want to share with you, one of my favorite beauty tips, which is in the Pretty College Club guide, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Baking soda. I use baking soda on my face. I use baking soda to clean my face, to wash my face, to remove like excessive dead skin, to just give me a glow. I use baking soda to whiten my teeth. I use baking soda under my arms, on my body, in between my legs. I literally have a little cute jar of baking soda in my bathroom next to my body wash that I use when I'm done washing my body. I just put it all over me, let it sit for a few seconds, and rinse it off. Game changer. Game changer. It helps with body odor. Game changer. It helps with glowing skin. Game changer. It exfoliate your body. Game changer. Just try it, okay? But let's be intentional about hygiene. For me, I take a shower twice a day. I like waking up and taking a shower before I interact with the world, and taking a shower again before I go to bed. It just works for me. But as long as you lock in your hygiene, no matter how you look, no matter what you're wearing, you're going to look and feel, because you smell good, you look delicious, you look intentional. And then we get into, for me, one of the most important things. I can't stand women that look glammed, right? You look super glammed, you look like you really care for your physical, like you're outside, but you've missed the healthy habits. And that all of that is literally part of glowing up. All of that is literally part of becoming more attractive, and even being attractive fast, because of the things that you do every single day. If you're not following me on Instagram, let's just take a second. Just follow me right now. Just follow me on Instagram. I'm literally every single day I'm posting daily habits of the things that I do that's going to just like enhance the quality of my life, that has already enhanced the quality of my life, that has given me my dream body, the mindset, the skin, like every single thing I'm constantly posting. So if you want just like daily inspirations, let's be friends on Instagram. But I need you to start implementing healthy habits every single day, like fitness. We've talked about this. There shouldn't be a day where you're not moving your body. I'm serious, Ashley. There shouldn't be a day where you're not moving your body. Every single day, that should be a lifestyle. You know why? Because our bodies were designed to move. This sedentary lifestyle that we're living now, where we are sitting at a desk for like 8 hours a day and we're not moving. We come home, we sit, we watch TV. That is not how we were designed. That's why we're having all of these diseases, all of these illnesses, the anxiety, the depression, the stress, the sadness, all of those things, the voices in your head telling you that you're not good enough. All of that is because you're not moving your body. Start exercising every single day. You don't have to lift weights, but you can do Pilates. You don't have to do Pilates, but you can do yoga. You don't have to do yoga, but you can go outside and walk. You don't have to walk. Yes, you do. You do. You have to walk. You have to walk. All of my girls, I want you to start walking. The goal is 5 to 10,000 steps a day. Okay? 5 to 10,000 steps a day. Even 5 is like, but yes, 5 to 10,000 steps a day. Can we start doing that? Start moving your body. Because the more you move, the more you start growing from the inside out, the more you're working on your mental, the more you start feeling better about yourself, the more your confidence is boosted. Everything in your life shifts when you start working out. That leads to nutrition. Start eating better. Let's start being mindful of the foods that we consume. We're not kids, we're adults. Like, you literally get to decide the foods that you eat. Why are you choosing foods that's not real? Huh? Let's start being mindful. Wake up in the morning, make yourself a good breakfast, make yourself a healthy lunch, healthy dinner. Just be mindful. Know the foods that you're eating. Stop eating out so many times. Because, like, come on, be intentional. That's going to help with, like, the number one thing, the number one attack on our lives is nutrition. It's the foods that we eat. That's how the devil gets us. Because the foods that you consume, you think is just about weight gain. But you have no idea the anxiety, the depression, the voices in your head, the negative self-talk, the chemical reaction in your body, the sickness, all of that stuff plays a big role simply because of the foods that you're eating. So if you want to be more attractive, you've seen the girls that eat healthy, you see how they look. You see how they look. You see how they look. And it's not just because of how they look, but how they carry themselves. Their mindset, their energy, all of that aura is simply because they're putting real foods in their body. You want to be that girl? You better start eating better, moving your body, getting sleep. You have to sleep. That's one thing I've never lacked. Thank God. I sleep. I get in my 8 hours. I need you to start being intentional and sleeping. That mindlessly scrolling on TikTok throughout the entire night is tacky. You're an adult. Put your phone away and go to sleep. Make sure you're getting your sleep. Take your vitamins. Stay hydrated. And then the last three things is going to be your style, is going to be the jewelries that you wear, and it's going to be your signature scent. Okay, just those three groups. Lacking a signature style. Like, what kind of, like, who are you? What kind of outfits do you wear? What kind of style, do you want to just mingle in and feel your best in? Some people are jeans girls. Some people are shorts. Like, I'm a dress girl. Like, I love dresses. I love loose outfits. If I'm wearing pants, like a pantsuit or something, I love something loose. I love just like that auntie vibe. I can't really explain, but you know what I'm talking about. So figure out your style. And make sure that even if you're wearing sweats, like we talked about, make sure that the things that you're wearing are ironed. Make sure that you don't have holes in your clothes. Make sure that your clothes doesn't smell like food. That's one of my biggest pet peeves. When someone walks and you can smell that they just ate. You should never do that. Even when you're at work and you just have lunch, make it a thing where you have a purse where you have all of your necessities in, right? You have your deodorant, you have your lip gloss, you have your lotion, you have perfume, all of those things in there. So when I used to work as a case manager in the office, every time after I had lunch, I went to the bathroom, I would brush my teeth. I had my toothbrush and my toothpaste. I would brush my teeth, I washed my hands, I freshened up, and then I just applied lotion, my perfume, I put on my lipstick, I had mint gum, and I would pat my skin so that, there's not excessive oil, and I just felt so refreshed and I looked polished again. So that's a tip to you. Make sure you have your little purse and you just have all of your things in there that you need throughout the day. So no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, you look good. And even again, if you're just wearing sweats, if you're just wearing like normal outfits, as long as it's ironed, it complements your body. It's not too tight. You don't have just things all hanging out, or it's not too loose, it's not too baggy. It's just clean and you just look put together. That is it. You just need to look put together. You just need to look intentional. And then we move on to jewelries. Pick few jewelries, like 2 to 3 jewelries that you can wear every single day, like 2 rings, 3 rings, right? Nothing more than that. Like a jewelry, like a necklace, earrings, just like some simple little studs that you can wear with anything. Like the things that I usually wear, I can wear with sweats. The things that I usually wear when I'm going to see my patients, I can keep that on because those are just like my everyday jewelries. And then when I'm actually like glammed up or something, then I would wear something like this. But find like 1 or 2 jewelries that you can wear that's just, it doesn't scream, look at me, but it still screams, I'm intentional, I'm put together, I care for myself, I'm here. You know what I mean? I think that's very sexy. And then of course, to close everything out, you want to get a signature scent. Oh, I was gonna bring my signature scent. I use this every day when I'm done filming. I have to see a patient, so I'm going to just go and switch into my scrubs, and then I use the same scent, and it's just like it's very light, it's very demure, it's very very sweet, but very very light, very breezy. Like it's just such a sexy smell. I think it's called Sherry or something. Very, very sexy. It's my go-to, my signature. I have the lotion, I pair it together. That's just me. That's just what I wear every single day. So even when I'm going to the gym in the morning, I can use that because again, it's very light. So find a scent that works for you, a scent that you love to look pretty and polished. It's just doing these simple things. It's doing the work every single day or a few times a week so that you can stay looking pretty and polished, okay? Do your hair. Find signature hairstyles, lacking skincare, lacking brows, lacking teeth whitening. Do your hygiene. Make sure you're taking a shower once or twice a day. Removing hair from your body using the baking soda how I recommended. Doing your nails. and making sure that the clothes that you're wearing complements and they just enhance your body type. Make sure that they're not tight, there's no holes, you smell good, you smell delightful, your jewelries are just like one or two, and then obviously the healthy habits that you're going to implement, and then just move into the world as if you're a woman that is backed by power, because you are. The moment you start doing this, you're going to look super attractive, you're going to look gorgeous, very fast, very easy. Everything that I just told you, it doesn't take much. You just actually have to be consistent with it and doing things daily. Like remember I said, like 2 times a week, I would go into the shower and I'll put in my mouth guard, I'll put in my facial. You don't have to do it every single day, but you still have to do it. Like you can't neglect it and then assume that you're just going to just naturally look good when you go outside, right? It's like fitness. If you don't work out, you're not going to naturally just look bomb in that dress. You have to do work behind it, okay? So these are the tips that's going to help you look pretty, polished. Remember that you're gorgeous now, you're worthy now, you deserve it now, while you work on becoming the better version of yourself that you want to be, okay? And again, everything that I said is in the Pretty and Polished Glow Up Guide. It's obviously in more detail, so go ahead and get the guide if you want that. The planner that I use every single day because my life does not function without my daily planner. The link is down below. If you want to jump on a call where you just want to talk one-on-one and set up some kind of structure, put in disciplines to where you can actually start implementing better habits and improving the quality of your life, this is going to be like an in-depth conversation one-on-one, okay? The link is also down below. The resources are there for you if you want them. And then again, remember to please like, leave comments, share, subscribe to the channel, help this channel grow, help to share the word to another woman so that she can start seeing herself the way God sees her. I love you, and let's say a quick prayer. Father God, we thank you for this day. We thank you, God, for all you do and continue to do in our lives. We surrender this day into your hands, and we say, God, continue to do with us as you please. Continue to use us, mold us into the versions of ourselves that you want us to be. Continue to take our hands and lead us into the direction that you want us to go. Continue to write our stories because, God, we're not capable, we're not equipped to write our stories on our own. We need your grace, we need your guidance, we need your favor, we need your love and your protection upon our lives. God, I surrender my sisters and I into your hands and all of our silent cries. And I say, God, please intervene, move into our lives and start making drastic changes, answering prayers, and doing that thing that you do, God, that only you can do. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Okay, sis, I love you, and I'll see you in the next video.
Mm.